Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good Friday. We get to start with a Myxo puzzle today, which is always exciting. I hope everyone is doing well. Naverio is threatening to set another 4-hour puzzle. Uh, how many 4-hour puzzles have I done by by Naverio on stream? I think it's 2, right? Because there was another one other than the tugboat one, right? I think there was. Anyway, we're starting with Myxo Puzzle because it was voted on by supporters. So the following supporters voted for it: David, Plonktime, Dorlier, Russ, Ambrose, Luda, Doomdiot, and Paulfly. So I am excited to see what's going here. All right, so we have normal Sudoku rules. We have palindromes, so very short palindromes, but this digit is the same as that digit, and this digit is the same as this digit. Sandwiches, which mean the clues outside the grid indicate the sum of the digits between 1 and 9 in that row or column. So just for example, if this was a 1 and this was a 9, this could be a 2 and a 5 because 2 plus 5 would be between the 1 and the 9 and would add to 7. Speaking of Naverio, by the way, Naverio has been a windmill for 23 months. So let's get Naverio a windmill dance. Boop boop doop, woo! Ba-doop ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop, wah! Oops. Zach, down! No! Come back, Zach! He's still recovering from his accident on Tristan's stream the other day. But he'll be back in full penguin health soon. Yes, greetings, Lombardo. Anyway, in sandwich puzzles, I usually will color 1s and 9s in bright yellow, and I will color things that are definitely not 1s or 9s in gray. So that will be sort of our coloring. So we have a given digit 1 here. So we have that. Unfortunately, the fact that these row and column with the 1 both say even means that I can't really say much about that because 0, unfortunately, is even. But 30 is a pretty big sum because 30, you need 8765 isn't even enough, right? 8765. So you need 87654. Is 87654 enough? 654, yes, 87654. So you need 5 digits to be inside the sandwich. And so the way I like to think about it is if I were starting from this side, I'd need a crust and then 5 cells, and these would all have to be sandwich. But if I started from the other side, that could be the crust, and these 5 would have to be sandwich. And so if you look at sort of the overlap of those two, then these are always sort of inside the sandwich. So these are always gray. That is the thing. That is a nonograms trick, I suppose. And similarly in this column, we have some grays down there. So the 9 here is actually over here somewhere. The 27 is doable in... Is 27 doable in 4? 8765, that's 26, right? 8765 would be 26. So this is also 5 long at minimum. So same rules apply. 87654 though is, 8765 though is 26. So this one's only 4 long, so I think the only thing that's definitely out is that one. If I understand how things work. Let's see. Outies. So the outies here are summed to 30. So if there are 2 outies, they're a 2-3 pair. So I was just debating, could these both be crusts and that be a 2-3 pair and that be a 2-3 pair? And I don't immediately see a reason why not. I mean, just because of the palindrome, if this is a crust, that's also a crust. Oh, column 4 has a gray at the bottom. Right, that doesn't work. Okay. Right. I missed that. Yeah. So the row 9 column 4 being gray is relevant because now if I look at it, it's these 5 are gray or this 5 are gray. That actually includes an additional cell that's always gray. So this is actually always gray in both directions. Thank you, chat, for pointing out that I had this gray here at the bottom that I missed. So we've got all of that. Okay, and so either these are both crusts or these are both crusts. Funnily enough, it works either way, even though there's not a palindrome there. I'm debating if I somehow know that there has to be a crust along here because of the 6 clue, but I don't think so. I think the 6 clue could live entirely at the top or entirely at the bottom. Hey, Clover, how are you doing? We're off to a sandwich puzzle so far. I guess I know this is 2, 3, or 5 because the only possible outies of a 30 clue are 2, 3, and 5. I don't know that that means a whole lot, but there it is. It's technically something. That doesn't tell me anything about the 27 clue, does it? I don't think it does, because the 27 clue, yeah, this could just be the 5 in the 27 clue, and the 27 clue could still be 5 long, I believe. Because the 27 clue, if it were 5 long, would have a 5. Maybe it could have a 5. Hey, Marmogli, how are you doing? Let's see. What else is happening? Let's see. We've got this 8 and this 7, which are both very short. The 6 in this column is sus to me. I mean, I know there's not 2 crusts along here, because I certainly can't do that, because then I would have to do 14 and 1. Row 4, column 7. So Sayori is claiming these can't both be crust. I'm trying to understand why. The palindrome in the box. Palindrome in box 5. This would be a 2, 3, 9 combo. I agree. So if these are crusts, these 3 digits are these 3 digits, and they would be these 3 digits. But there is room for that, for sure. But I agree that that is true. The row 4, column 2 palindrome. I don't see it. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, so wow, that's complicated. Okay, so Sayori's point is that if this were crust, then these 3 would be the same digits as these 3, and these 2 are always the same digits as these 2. And so now you'd actually have 5 digits that you would have to moosh into these 3 cells. And you can't moosh that many digits into 3 cells. So by the no mooshing rule, these can't be crust, which means this is crust for sure. Okay, that is very interesting. I like that spot. I mean, it is in fact true, actually, that these three cells are these three cells. So I could actually just like make those all red and just note those three are the red cells. I don't know that it does any good because I don't know anything about these cells. Oh, I do. I do know something. That's cool. The point is this cell has to be yellow. Oh, no, it doesn't. Dagnammit. No, this could be 2, or this could be 1. Never mind. Never mind. It's not useful. It sounded interesting in theory. In principle, it could have been interesting. Let's see. Oh, the point is, it does still work because uh, 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 yeah, if this is gray, then I have to put 3 gray digits in here, and that breaks. So my instinct was right, but I phrased it wrongly. But if these 3 are gray, I have to make all of these gray, and then I can't fit 9 into this box, which will not work. So this can't be gray. This is always crust. Good evening, plus or minus 12 hours, indeed. There we go. 8 is not a sum that I can make in 1, so I can gray those as well. I can still think about what happens with those digits, but got that. This is 2, 3, or 5. 2, 3, or 5. It is true. This is also crust. Aha, by Palindrome. And so that actually does get me a 2, 3 pair in the column. Also, 7 is not a 0 long sandwich. In fact, 7 is at most a 2 long sandwich, so these are both not crust. Let's see. Yep. So now, Carl points out, now if this is crust, now we have a problem, because if this is crust, now we have 2 and 3 and this gray cell to cram in here, and that's too many gray cells to put in there. So this is in fact yellow. That's gray. All of this is assuredly gray, because 26 we said was minimum 4 cells, and so those are the 4 cells that we have. And so I think it was 7, 8, 5, 6, right? Yeah, that's right. And so there's my 5, 6, 7, 8. And so these are 2, 3, 4 as my outies. I guess the outies add to 9 is a way to think about it. Let's see. The other yellow. Oh, I could have filled in this 5 once I placed the other yellow. That's probably a good idea. Let's fill in the 5 and let us bring out Zach. Boop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wow. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wow. So Garion says the outies here add to 8. So Garion claims I could not make this crust and make that an 8. I don't see why. Let's see. Oh, right. Sorry. I did the thing for the 7 clue, but I didn't do it for this because I can't even do a 3 cell sum here. So this is the furthest I could get away from this 1. So those are both gray. And I assuredly can't make a 7 long sandwich. So this is the crust, was Garion's point. Uh, uh, so we can color the crusts, and if I color the crusts, I can do stuff like note that this sees both the yellow crust and the blue crust, so these are never crust. That was very useful. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. These can't be crust because they see purple and blue. This can't be crust because it sees purple and blue. Let's see. Is there anything else? I don't know. Okay, these two need to add to 8. So they are 3, 5, or 2, 6, just for the record. And of course, that one's not a 5, so that one's not a 3. It's a 2, 3 virtual pair. So all of these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which I cannot imagine matters. But hey, it's a thing, so I'm going to mark it. That's a good spot from Paulfly. If this is crust, either the row or the column will break. Because if this is crust, I can't go... I have to make one of these two crusts to make the 6 work. I can't have a 3-cell 6 sum because remember, 1's not allowed in sums. 1 is one of the bounding things. But I also can't have a 1-cell 14 sum. So that as crust never works, which makes that the Poiple crust. See. I'm trying to see if there's some reason why I need one of these two to be a crust, but I don't see an immediate reason why 196 breaks here. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Garion says this can't be crust. If it was, I would have to have a 2-cell sum to 6. It would have to be 2, 4. And 2 and 4 are gone in the box. Okay, very nice. So yeah, so if this was crust, then because this isn't crust, this would have to be crust, and the only 2-cell way to make 6 is 2, 4. But there's a 2, 3, 4 triple in the box. Very nice. So that is at least not crust. Row 7, you can sort of sneak along that's not crust. A few people point out because you know the 14 sum is at least too long. 6, 8 would be the quickest that we could do it. Oh, right. Also, the 14 sum is not 17 cells long either. Tough but fair. 4 is possible because it could be 2, 3, 4, 5. And so now, if we look now at this, I can't make this not crust because if this is not crust, I'm now obligated to do the 6 in 3. So this now definitely is crust. And either that's a 6 or that's a 6. And one of these two is blue. Unfortunately, that's not immediately useful. I was going to try and use that to say that this cell can't be blue, but I already know that cell can't be blue, so it's not incredibly exciting. I mean, this cell's not 2, 3, or 5 or a crust, so there's not that many things it can be. This cell is only 4, 6, 7, or 8, just for the record. Ah, I see. Okay, so yeah, so this crust does not work uh, because because it would place a 6 here and here, but 6, 8 is the only 2-cell 14. So the 6 would break the 2-cell 14. So that is definitely not crust, which means that is crust, which means that that is a 6, and these aren't crust. That is not a 6. These are a triple now of 5, 7, and 8. So this is not a 5, 7, or 8. This is only a 4 or a 6. Interestingly enough. It is true. The row 7 clue is now resolved. Can gray those. And now this is definitely 2, 3, 4, 5. Which means these are all from 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. That one's not a 5, so that one's not a 5. Okay, and then this is a quadruple, so that's not a 5, and this is a quadruple, so that's not a 5. In fact, oh, it's not a 4 either. In fact, 5 in this quadruple is here, and the 5 in this quadruple is here, but in particular, that rules 5 out of both of these cells, which places the 5 over here. And remember, the outies here sum to 8, so that means the outies here are 3, 5, if you look at the row, which makes that a 2. Uh-oh. Everyone is getting buffering from YouTube. That is annoying. Unfortunately, I'm not dropping frames, so I can't fix it. Sadly, we must pray to the gods of YouTube to fix it for us. Okay. 0 is not odd, I can at least say. So certainly this cell can't be crust. You reloaded and suddenly there were digits. That is a 4. So that is a 4. So neither of these can be 4, so they're both not 4. Yeah, so this can only be a 2 or a 6 for whatever that is worth. These two are a 1, 7 pair, I believe. Which makes the, sorry, not a 1, 7 pair. What am I talking about? They're a 7, 8 pair. These are 2, 4, 6 for what it is worth. Let's see. See, Paul says if this is crust, the column 1 crust is broken. I don't see it yet. Oh, this one. If this is crust, that's crust. Ah, yes. Okay, so Paul Fly's point is if this is purple, if this is crust, it's purple, and that's a problem because then it puts purple there, which then puts purple next to it, and 0 is not odd. So basically, if this is yellow, it's next to another yellow in the column, and that does not work. So this cannot be yellow. Which does mean we definitely have a 1-cell clue here. So there's definitely a 7 here. And now, funnily enough, one of these is 7, and those two cells see this cell, so that can't be 7. Because remember, these two are the same. And so if this one's 7, that one can't be 7, so this one can't be 7. If that one's 7, that one can't be 7. So these are both even. Somewhat meaninglessly, but true. Yeah, I thought it was cool palindrome logic, but it doesn't look like it's going to have been relevant to the solve. I was assuming at first that was deliberate, but I mean, it could still be deliberate, but it did not immediately give me something like I was hoping it would. Presumably it breaks if this is if this is the thing, because this probably also has to be a one cell sandwich. Yeah, so if I prove this is also a one cell sandwich, it will prove that this is 6. Oh, but Garion thinks it is 8, which will do the crust the other way. Row 4, column 8. Can't be 2, since it would go on the uncolored cells in box 5. But those are already taken by 4 and 9. There's 3, though. Oh, and row 3, column 4. So the digits down here are... okay. So the digits down here are the 2 crusts and 4, 6, 8. That is what Garion is saying. So Garion is saying I can fill in 9, 4, 6, 8 here. And therefore, Garion did not say it this way, but what Garion is really saying is therefore I can corner mark a 2 here. And therefore that is 6. So this is 8 and 8. And therefore, this clue is not one cell, so it's 2 cells. So we get our sandwich crust up here, which is purple, which makes that gray because it sees both. Makes that gray. These have to be 2, 6 because it's the only way to do this. So that is a 2 and that's a 6, which makes that a 4. The cool palindrome logic was useful. Indeed. Okay, so these are from 7, 8, and the other one. Oh, well, it's not 8. Where is 8 in this column? 8 in this column can only go here. So these are 3 and 7 is what I think they are. The 3 in this box joins the 2, so these are a 2, 3 pair. Making that a 7, because I still need a 7 in this row. These are a 4... No, sorry. These are a 5, 6 pair now, I believe. Oh, these aren't 6 anymore. They're just 4, 8, 9. And this is gray, because we've gotten all the ones in that column. So this is the other one. This is blue. And these are gray, because we've gotten all the ones in the box. Oh, no. YouTube is being difficult. I am sorry that YouTube is being difficult. Oh, this is a 7, because there is a 7 clue I have discovered. I am sure no one in chat has discovered that. Oops. Yes. Okay, so if either of these cells is crust, it's the 9. And the problem with that is that makes this cell definitely even, and even plus odd is odd. So neither of these can be crust. That is very clever. And so, therefore, this is a crust for the column. So it is a 9. Neither of these are crust. They are gray. This is now blue, which means that 9 is purple and 1 is blue. This is now gray, and this is now our purple. And so all of our purple crusts, we can fill in 9. All of our blue crusts, we can fill in 1. Oh, also I'm missing a blue crust, apparently. Sorry, blue crust. Okay. So... Oh, I missed that one. So this digit sees every odd number, I believe is what Sayori is pointing out. So this is 2, 4, or 8. Sorry, just 2 or 4 or 6. Sorry, 2, 4, or 6. So that's odd. That's even. Therefore, this has to be odd. So that is a 5 and a 6 and a 3 and a 5 and a 7 and a 3 and an 8 and a 7 and a 4 and an 8. There we go. Let's see. Sayori wants me to fill in the same thing in this column, which is that all of these are only the even digits left because 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are gone. So those are a 4, 8 pair. So that is the 2 and the 6. That is the 6 and the 2. This is a palindrome, so I should fill it in the other way when I fill it in. And I think we can probably hit the mark button without missing too much here. So that is a 4. That is a 2. That is an 8, a 6, and a 7, and a 7, and an 8. That is a 2. That is a 2, a 6. And probably I have to look at clues again. The worst. Yes, so we can look at parity in row 1 and say that these together sum to an odd number. Oh, no, we can't look at parity in... No, we can look at parity in row 1 because those sum to an odd number even. So this needs to be odd in order to make it odd. So that needs to be a 5, 7, 4, 3, 4, 8, 4, 8, 5, 7, 3, 5. Very slick. Nice puzzle there to Myxo. I enjoyed that. And cute parody clues there, sort of resolving it at the end. But you made very, very good use of the palindrome and the sort of Sudokuing stuff into box 5, which was all very, very nifty. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, though, and I'll be back shortly with some other puzzleage. So see you in just a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And we are back with a pentagonous puzzle by Glipperl. So we need to divide the grid into pentominoes so that no two pentominoes of the same shape, including rotations and reflections, touch orthogonally. Clues outside the grid indicate the number of borders between pentominoes present in the row. So we're counting inside borders, not outside borders. So, for example, this 2 is very interesting. Because the 2 is the minimum it could possibly be. Because if you wanted to do 1, it would have to be 2 eyes, but you can't have 2 eyes. I don't think the right side of the grid is actually cut off. I can move it slightly, but nothing is actually cut off. Oh, that's not the right thing to move. That's not the right thing to move either. That's not the right thing to move. Oh, no, that is the right thing to move, maybe. Oh, no, that's not working. I don't think I can make it any better. Maybe if I shrink this a little bit. That's maybe a little better. So yeah, so this is not allowed because it's 2 eyes touching, and it's actually even worse than that because it's more than 2 eyes touching because you'd have to have 2 more eyes up here. So 2 is actually the minimum number of borders, which means there's sort of 3 total shapes here. So there's like a yellow thing at one end, a green thing at the other. And one of these could be an eye. No, neither of them can be an eye, actually, if you look at it. Because if this were an eye, it would force an eye above it. So this can't go as far as that. So I have one over here and one over here, and I was trying to argue, do I know that this makes it at least one further? Was my question. And yes, I do. No, sorry, I think I'm thinking about this incorrectly. Actually, can I even have an eye starting here? I couldn't even have an eye starting here. Oh, right. Sorry. This definitely, okay. So sorry. Martin has looked at it the other way rather than looking at do these have to extend, has looked at what's the furthest they could go to. These two have to be the third color. Because if yellow or green made it here, then of course they would be an eye. And as noted, that would break row 1. So we've got some starting action here. I don't quite know what to do with this 3 up here. On the other hand, I could also look at these 7s, because 7 is a pretty big number to have show up. Because this is only a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a 10 by 10 grid. True or false, most pencil puzzles are 10 by 10 because that's the default in Penpa. I honestly don't know if that's true or not. It's probably true for my pencil puzzles that are 10 by 10. Although one pencil puzzle I made, I did start as a 12 by 12, and then it's like, oh, well, that's way too big, and shrunk it down. But I don't know what the cause and effect is there. I definitely like that as a method, Clover. I have definitely done that. Or shrunk the grid because I got bored is also another one. I mean, I wasn't curious if it was a 10 by 10 or a 9 by 9. I just wasn't sure what it was going to be. So if you see a gigantic Clover puzzle, you know what happened. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, so what do I do with this? And am I supposed to think about the sevens? And is there anything exciting I can do with the sevens? Okay, so uh, I can fit at most one more pentomino in row one. And I certainly have to fit one pentomino and one more pentomino into row one. But as Garion says, because of the I trick, I can't fit more than one pentomino up here, or they would spill down into this row, and I already have those accounted for. So there's one more pentomino up here, and it is an I because it's not allowed to spill down to the next row. So there's an I up here somewhere, is what I am saying. The I probably doesn't. Actually, the I has to go in front of a 3, which is interesting. Uh, does the I always go in front of this 3? I'm trying to see one of these 3s having an I in front of it would be very interesting. Uh, like, could this possibly be part of the I? Uh, oh, that's a good point, David, that I had not thought of. Now we've got 4 pentominoes only that can make up cells from the first 2 rows, but there are 20 cells in the first 2 rows, so that means these pentominoes can't go down anymore, which is very cool. Uh, right, and so now that I realize, in fact, actually, I can just draw this border straight across. Uh, now that we realize that, now uh, I certainly can't have an I up here, right? If this cell isn't yellow, now the puzzle breaks. So this cell's definitely yellow. If this cell's not green, the puzzle definitely breaks, because then green would get chased into orange. And so now my 5 definitely includes an I here that goes over these 2 things. I've made the I purple. I'm also going to border around the grid before we forget. Uh, uh, okay, and so now there is only one more border in this entire column, and uh, that seems difficult. Let's see, blue. It's a very generous use of the word I, Clover, but I appreciate it. I only get one more border, and so that border is at most an I that does that. And so this blue actually has to go down at least that far in order to make that work. Uh, right. Okay. So now if this isn't yellow, now orange is an I, but purple is definitely an I. So orange can't be an I. So this is yellow, and by symmetry, that is green. Uh, right. And equally well, for exactly the same reason Jim points out, I can draw a color coming up here, 3 cells. Uh, I mean, it sort of feels like this 7 implies I'm definitely not extending this in either direction because there's only 9 borders, so there's only 2 none borders in this entire row, and there's only 2 none borders in this entire row. Uh, Strangely enough. Uh, okay, if this is purple, does the same thing happening break over here something? Maybe not immediately, at least. Uh, uh, That's what I was exactly looking at, Carl. But it would just, the logic of what it would do is it would put it would reproduce this logic that we did in column 6 here. Oh, I see why that's a problem. Oh, wow, that's fancy. So it would force these to be things. Oh, wait, maybe not. I was thinking that was going to force two L's, but I don't actually know. Uh, uh, yeah, I think I have to argue this more carefully than I was going to. So we'd have that. And there's only one more. So in this hypothetical universe where there's a border up here, these are the only, these would both be gray or black. And then that's the problem. Okay, so, right. So I was forgetting about the fact it's not just that these are blue and these are red. It's that these are blue-red because there's just a border there. So if there's an extra border here, we get the same thing over here. And now, now I end up with some sort of issue with column 1, which is that this cell and this cell don't quite see it yet. I can certainly put NI over here. I guess the only thing I can put here is an I guess is the point. In these cells. Yeah, I have to do a little bit more I keep trying to make this not as many steps of complication as it is, but it is one more step more complicated. Anything that's not these two that I put over here to fill space does have to be an I. Just for accounting purposes, that's going to take up 5 spaces. That means there's 3 more spaces to take up, but these only have 2 more spaces to give. And so that means actually one I isn't going to do it. I'm 1 cell short, so I'd need to do something else, but that would also have to be an I, and that's not going to work. Okay, that was a mess. But we can now say that doesn't work. So this is not a border, so it is yellow. So yellow is definitely a P for what it is worth. Yeah, okay. So if I'd done it Garian's way, the math is nicer. This is 16 cells, so there need to be 4 different pentominoes involved. I know there's only 2 pentominoes involved in this column, so there have to be at least 2 new pentominoes involved in this column, but those 2 new pentominoes can't leave this column, so they're both I's, so it's broken. That's still pretty complicated in terms of number of steps, but it's 1 less step than I did. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what Selena wants me to notice is that these cells can be blue, red, and new pentominoes, and there are 32 of them. And so that means that there's got to be 3 cells. That doesn't sound right. No, there's 2 cells of blue and red over here. In order to make that work. And that's all of blue and red. And so we can draw in this border because we can't sort of do anything. We don't have room. So blue and red each together take up sort of 10 cells over here in order to make that work. Okay. Right. Purple is an I. I'd forgotten about purple being an I. So purple goes one right over here. Right. And so now Carl points out now this rectangle is completely symmetric. The argument that we made about this column's 3 applies equally well now to this column's 3. And so the point is these two cells are the same color, and that color is orange. So we get that. It's orange because it can't be purple, because remember, purple doesn't go. So we have some more pentominoes done up here. Oh, and orange goes here, right? Because of the right. There we go. Yep. All good. Okay. So we've got our top 2 rows done. Howdy, tall cat. I see you there. Okay, there's definitely a why can't orange take row 1, column 3? Oh, maybe orange can take row 1, column 3. Right. Sorry, I was convinced I needed to not add an extra border, but I'm never adding an extra border here. Yes. These two. This is a yellow-orange pair. In my brain, making this anything but orange was going to add an additional color here. But yeah, we've got a. So what we have learned is that this cell is part of a P pentomino. Right? I think that's what we have learned, is that by uniqueness, this cell is part of a P pentomino. I'm not going to use that, but something uniqueness tells me that this has to be something in order for this to possibly sort out. Okay. So I know there is at least one border in here, and there's a border there. And then there's a border over here, so that's not super exciting. But okay, so chat is encouraging me to look at this, which has 3 more pentominoes in it, which I can just go ahead and give colors. We'll come in there and do that. And there's some pentomino, some third pentomino here because of the border clue. But Selena's point is that there has to be a pentomino over in this column as well, and that pentomino must be an I. So there's an I in this column somewhere. But I don't think the coloring actually does anything yet. But there is mathing to be done. Blue can't reach the last column in row 3. I agree, but I don't understand what that's telling me. So yeah, all of the logic is completely symmetric between that. So likewise, these two are something, and there's an I in this column somewhere as well. So I guess the point is that chat would like me to note is that these two are part of an I, and these two are part of an I. I will agree with that. Ah, so blue and red can't be I. Got it. Okay, right. So the I just knew was 5 cells long, so I knew by nonogram stuff from the earlier puzzle that these two had to be part of an I, and so now these can't be part of an I. So this cell can't be blue, and that cell can't be red. So we actually learn. Oops, we actually learn about that. That is very cool. Oh, and I can draw in the borders on the I, of course, just to help me sort of keep track. Column 2 and column 4 are not the same because there's an extra border up here that's not present here. So these are not symmetric with this column. Okay, so people are encouraging me to do the math on this row. This is not an I because it would create an I above it. So there's a border in here plus that border. That's 2 borders. Blue is definitely going to make a border here, and then there'll be another border after that. And so the point here is if I make this a border, then now this is a new thing. And now these 4 cells can only be yellow or blue, and it doesn't work. So I can't do that. So in fact, that is blue. That's very cool. I like that logic a lot, Joao. And AFK as well. So now these two can't be red because it would be a Y touching a Y. Okay, now in this column, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 borders already. Oh, and now orange is an N. That is true. So we can finish up here. So I only get 1 more border in this column now. Which is interesting. And that border is going to be with red. So because red needs to poke into this column. And so this red needs to be at the bottom of the column, or we're going to get 2 more borders. And so this has to be an I, or the world falls apart. So we've got that. Hey, Emma. Okay, so this row I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, some stuff is happening. Oh, I know these 3 are all part of... No, these 3 aren't all part of 1. We've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, these aren't. I was thinking, isn't it broken if all 3 of these are part of 1? And of course, yes, it's broken if all 3 of these are part of 1. I think I know that there's one that does that, probably. But I certainly know that these are together in any event. let's see. What if this is a different color? Oh, wow. I think it would make this a U and would make this a second Y. Let me double check that. So I'm imagining the world where this is a color and this is not orange. What happens in that world is that then that is orange. This now can't be yellow, or sorry, this can't not be orange, because if this is not orange, orange is a Y, so that's orange. So this is yellow. But now this row only had one more crossing to go, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would be orange, and that breaks because now this is an N. Oh, is all of the beautiful logic about row 4 completely wrong? Chad is convinced all of the logic about row 4 was wrong. Let's see. Let us go back to there. So yeah, the logic was we only get one more border past blue. And so if these are none blue, let's just say that these are red and purple, for example, then we've now got these 8 cells together are all red, purple, and blue. And that is fine. Because yeah, I've got enough cells for that. Yeah, I don't think this actually worked. There's only one more because there's a border in here, Kurabon. This can't be an I because it would put an I above it. So there's a border in here. That's a border. That's 2. Blue ends. That's 3. There's only one more after that. Okay, there's only 2 things in this row that aren't borders. So there's an interest. Yeah, there has to be an L touching the edge here, because if neither of these is an L touching the edge for red or blue, then I end up with things that, well, then I just end up with 2 Ys. Well, sorry. Then I could end up with like this situation, but that's 6 borders. And 6 borders is too many borders. So in order to preserve that, I need one of these to be an L touching the edge, just for sake of sanity. Let's say I put it up there. Oh, so one of these is so these are an LY pair in any event, is the point, because that's the only option for what these can be. So these are an L and a Y, which are going to contribute to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 borders. That's going to be all the borders. In the column. Oh, it can't be blue because that would be an L touching an L. So it is red. So we do get that piece. Okay, and now blue is a Y of some sort. But if blue is this Y, no, if blue is this Y, it doesn't necessarily break. Oh, it breaks for a funny reason. If this is blue, now this is either L or Y, and both of them break because it's touching an L and a Y. So that's blue. Okay, and so in the end, it turns out that everything was completely correct. Uh, 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 yes, I liked that that bit about why this could not be blue. That was very cute. This has been a very cool puzzle so far. I like this. Uh, 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 okay. So I feel like we were starting to make some arguments about up here, but I don't think they actually went anywhere. Maybe pause. Oh, I think I'd argued that this cell. I think what I'd argued is that this cell has to go with the gray region, because if this cell isn't part of the gray region, then it extends over here, and then it breaks. Because of the fact that yeah, right. So if this cell isn't, then we have to go here, and then if I don't take this cell now, oh, then I guess it becomes a V. I guess that's okay. Sorry, maybe it is okay as long as this is a V. Anyway, this is a Y touching orange, so now orange isn't a Y, so orange is an N. So I think the logic I was trying to sort of do before when I was trying to visualize this, I don't think was quite correct. I think this is an option technically. Oh, but a V would break the row 4 clue, right? Because of the right. Right. That was the whole thing we were doing, was that there's only 2 ominoes here. I guess green was a terrible color. There's only 2 ominoes in here, and everything up here must also be yellow or orange. So if right, and then this one is, let's say that one's yellow and this one's orange, because these can't be the same, because counting and because borders. Now if this is not orange, it's yellow, and now yellow is either an L or an N that breaks the world, so that doesn't work. So in fact, this is orange. That can't be orange, because if that were orange, sorry, that can't be orange, because if it were orange, it would make orange a Y, and orange is touching a Y. Let's see. I'm not sure that I can do better than this immediately. I definitely have to extend somewhat down from here. So yellow at least has to dip into this row. Okay, Garion is claiming that if purple comes all the way up to here, that's definitely a problem. Because if purple comes all the way up to here, then this becomes all in one omino, and I've definitely isolated cells here. So this can't be purple. In fact, I don't even think this can be purple either, actually. Because if this is purple, it still creates a border there. These still are all in one omino. And that's still not going to work because there's too many weird cells isolated up here. So neither of these is purple. So that pushes purple down at least to here. And all of that was completely symmetrical. So that pushes purple down here as well. I couldn't then have an I in row 3 because I's aren't allowed to touch. Uh, uh, okay, so I guess I can sort of repeat my there's only 2 colors of thing in here. And let's make those colors green and red. Yeah, we'll make them green and red, I think. And we'll just say that one's red, that one's green, because we know there's 2 total colors here. So these are either, if there's anything up here, it's an I. Otherwise, these are green and red, and it's all the green and red. And we have this like this. And I think Selena would like us to believe that no matter here or there isn't something up here, but if there isn't something up here, then we end up having to put a line here, and it's a problem. So I think I believe this, which I think would put an I up here, although Garion thinks that breaks the puzzle. So it's equally possible that this is wrong. So now we have to be very careful in this column and this column. So this can now run at most that far down. So these are all in 1 because of the fact that we only have 1 border left. And symmetrically, these are all in 1 because this column only has 1 border left. And likewise, these are each, because this can only go, in fact, this can only go up to here because this can't be an I. And this can only go up to here because this can't be an I. That means that these are red or green and these are red or green. Which means that red and green together only have 1 more cell that they are allowed to take. So in particular, green could never possibly reach over here. Red could never possibly reach over here. And now red has 2 cells over there, so that can't be red anymore. And green has 4 cells over here, so that can't be green anymore. And so we end up with this kind of arrangement. And so we've only got 1 more red-green cell to place somewhere. So one of red and green is a T for whatever that is worth. And the other one is going to be like an F or something, probably an F. Okay. What on earth is happening in this column? Because this column could have 1 green or red cell. I guess it could have 2 of each of blue and yellow, but it feels to me like I don't think this is a bifurcation path. I think this is just, I accepted the argument that this had to be an I, although the argument that it had to be an I involved a proof by cases, but I suspect it's a proof by cases that if you've done 10 pentomino puzzles, that you've done enough times that you don't have to, you don't consider it a proof by cases, you just consider it a thing you know. Uh, that is my suspicion. Uh, yeah, I kind of would like another eye, but I was trying to math out exactly what happened. Certainly, we don't have enough to cover everything, but I was trying to check that. I was thinking we were going to need another eye, but maybe we don't. Uh, let's see. Uh, okay, so that's a good spot from Carl. So this cell is purple or red. Sorry, this cell is purple or red. This cell is uh, green or purple. When we're doing our math of all of these together, how many cells do we have left? Uh, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we only have one cell for all of purple, red, and green left. Uh, so this cell certainly isn't it, because that would be a big problem. Uh, under green and red in column 2 and 4. Uh, uh, can't be a new color. Row 6 has all its borders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Row 6 has all its borders. That's very cool. Okay. Good. So we can put all of these together. It's funny. I made these green, even though they're obviously not going to have the same shape. Whereas that's 7 cells. Aha. So if I count to 7, that means all of these are yellow or orange because there's not enough yellow orange for these cells to be yellow or orange. You can convince yourself those both break, but yellow and orange have to finish. So this is a yellow orange mess, and we get a vertical line there. Sorry, a horizontal line there. This certainly isn't orange because of how the world works. But I think we've got a few options here. Oh, I understand. Carl's point was I already knew these because of the column clues. That was Carl's point. I was trying to argue something in my head about the world. Okay, so this is certainly purple or blue. This is certainly yellow or purple. Okay, and so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got 6 cells, one of which is red or green. I think to do, but uh, we've got to fit a pentomino in here. Uh, uh, right, and so a pentomino fits in here. There's no way that pentomino. Well, there's no way it's not an eye because it fits into this column. So I need an extra pentomino, and all the cells that I've highlighted, I all know don't belong to that last pentomino. So the last pentomino has to be an eye because it has to fit there, and so all of these are purple. Yeah, that is ultimately the proof, and so yeah, I guess I don't quite. I think I don't quite know what to do with the world yet. I mean, I can draw in some more border. That's certainly true. Uh, 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 hey, Josh. Uh, okay, so if this is purple, it definitely makes yellow an L touching an L. I agree with that. So this is not purple. So that's purple. Okay, thank you, Selena. Uh, so there is my one of these eyes. Uh, uh, right. This can't be an L, so that cell is yellow. That's a very elegant way to phrase that. Thank you. Uh, right. If yellow stays within these 5 cells, it is an L touching an L, so that is not allowed. Now blue does stay within these 5 cells. So now blue is this. So we can we can unred that cell, unpurple that cell, which lets us unred that cell, which lets us fill in that, which lets us ungreen this cell like that. Yes. And so now yellow can't be an L because it's touching an L on this side. So now if yellow doesn't take this, it's an L. So yellow has to take that. And so yellow becomes a T. So yellow is done. And so therefore this is green. But now green is done. And so this is purple. Oh, I should have just done the purple, and then I wouldn't have had to think about all of that. That was a nice sort of amazing string of intricacies. Okay, row 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So all of these are the same, so they're all yellow. And so now yellow is a V, so it's done. Thank you to everyone who is counting. And so these aren't yellow, they are orange. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we have a 5th border in this column and only one more. So that means that these two are in the same pentomino at least. I'll make that orange, I suppose. I'm going to make all my L's green just for niceness. Okay, I can make all the T's red, I suppose. Oops. But I don't have enough colors, I suppose, so I probably shouldn't go too deep into this. This can't be green either. So there's only one more border in this column, and if this was green, green would be a V touching a V. So this is orange, is the claim. I believe that claim. So this is currently, or was it an odd? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is currently at an odd. So these are either both borders or neither of them are borders. But if neither of them are borders, that's a huge problem because I isolate these 4 cells. So the odd clue comes into its own, forcing me to put borders in both of those cells. So we've got that. I know this is green or orange. Let's see. Yeah. Whatever this is, could this be green? Maybe this could be green, actually. Like maybe this could be a green T with an orange. I'm miscounting cells. Oh, no, that would work. Okay. There is only one more pentomino. Okay, got it. Right. So, yeah. So if you just do the math, this is 15 cells. There's 3 pentominos. That one can't be orange because that would require more than 5 cells. Therefore, no 2 of these are the same color. So it's 3 different colors. Therefore, one of them is green. Which one is green? Well, it can't be that one because that would make green a V by J logic. So that one's green and that one's the new color. So that's also the new color just by that. Now, as soon as that's green, and this isn't. So we end up with our T moment. That is blue. And orange can't be an L because orange is touching an L, so orange is a Y. And now blue is an L. And there we go. Okay, let's try and make all the L's green. So we made the T's red. Let's see. And then we've got lots of assorted other colors. Let's see. I can make this blue so that it matches that. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I can make I can make P's orange, and then I just need an N color. And the N color can be rust. And now I think we are colored. That was a very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Lots of cool logic to be had there. Eventually, I will get my pentomino puzzle to work. I promise. Someday, maybe. But I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with more puzzles. So see you shortly. All right, welcome back. Let's see if I can get this to show up on screen. Tristan tells me I can tap arrow keys, and it will be nudged. Oh, it's cutting off a little bit of the window. Oh, I don't know how to fix that. One moment. I don't. That's actually a thing I don't know how to fix. I'm gonna get Tristan to do it real quick. I'll be back in a moment. All right, there we go. We have recropped. Let me arrow it over a little bit. Oops. There we go. All right. So this is a loop compass puzzle, delightfully. So we need to draw a non-intersecting loop that travels orthogonally through the centers of some cells. Each orthogonally connected group of cells not visited by the loop consists of a single region. Each region contains exactly one compass, and the number in a compass indicates how many cells belong to its region that are further into the indicated direction than the compass itself. Okay. So first thing I see is that this can't be inside the loop. Because if this was inside the loop, well, first of all, inside the loop is one region. So exactly one of these compass clues is inside the loop. Wait, actually, maybe I don't 100% believe myself. I might not actually believe that I 100% know that this isn't inside the loop. It would be kind of ridiculous because it would say there's only 3 cells in like this entire part of the grid that are inside the loop. But maybe that's just possible. Well, this definitely isn't inside the loop. I can say that much. But you can do some very ridiculous things with compass clues. Because I could do something like... This won't quite work, but... Sorry, that did not quite work. Actually, no, sorry. No, I was right. Right. There's no way for the loop to get anything in row 1. Okay, sorry. My visualization was correct, and then I completely tricked myself. Right. If the loop goes around here, there's no way that... oh, right, there can be multiple inside regions. J. Dyer is correct. I don't think I'm necessarily immediately correct about this, though, because the... No. There's just no way... Right, sorry. I am right. This is part of something. It's part of some region. I've confused myself in the standard compass way. If this is inside the loop, well, I can't possibly enclose anything in the first row. Nothing in row 1 is inside the loop. Everything inside the loop has to be below row 2. So this is outside the loop. So that means that these two are over there. It's not allowed to cross itself, but it's allowed to touch itself, I believe. This has to be green because I can't separate anything from it. Aha, and interestingly, that means this cell can't be green because this already has 2 cells up here, so this cell is definitely loop. And so my loop does that. Like that. But notice this green region is very far from done. And so in particular, this cell must be green, because if this cell wasn't green, that would be loop, and the loop would do this. But now green would not be able to get its 3 cells over there. So this cell's definitely green as well. Right, that doesn't work. This can't be loop either. If this is loop, then it's slightly more complicated, but let me show you. If this is loop, now green has to keep extending because green hasn't yet gotten its 3, but now green joins this, and each clue's only allowed 1 thingy. So that is how I saw that in my head. So if it's not loop, it's green. This is part of a different region, though. So there must be loop here separating these. So that is all loop. Green's not done yet, so green has to come over there. And now if I follow this loop stuff, I think I can do center only. This loop has to extend because I can't make a little loop, because if I make a little loop, everything else is in the same region. So this is going to come across over there like that. It's going to be blue. Let's say green's still not done, but now green is done. And so I can mark green as done. I can't add any more cells to green. They would add to, oops. Oh, right. Sorry. I turned it into center only, and then I realized I actually do want to draw on edges. Because anything else I added would extend. Would add to the count of 3. Okay, and so the loop continues around purple. Purple now is locked in on all sides except this one, so purple certainly has to get out that side. So we've got a little bit of progress. Oh, I can extend the loop over here at least. Yeah, we do know the loop has to separate all the compass things, so we actually can fill in stuff like that, and like this, like that, just because all the compass regions have to be separate. I agree with that assessment. Okay, this certainly isn't inside the loop, for the same reason that this one wasn't. So I can give this a color. And so that's certainly part of this region because that's not inside the loop. The fact that this has to get 3 cells below it is exactly the kind of psychotic thing that one expects in compass puzzles. Lord. Also, like, something has to take all of these cells, and it's not that. It's probably that, I suppose. Uh, uh, okay, so let me highlight cells that definitely can't be purple. Those cells definitely can't be purple. Right. Okay. So, the claim from Emma is if purple tries to get its cells, given that these can't be purple, if purple tries to go down to get its cells, it runs into 5 cells as soon as it gets to this point. However, it's still not gotten anywhere close to this. So this is what happens if purple tries to avoid taking this cell. So purple has to take that cell, which then forces the loop over like this. Oh, I actually know there's loop here because the thing that this is a region means is that there's loop next to it. Oh, do I know that the loop does that? Sorry, it could be that the loop does that. Sorry, it could. I don't think I know that the loop around the green region isn't something like this. I think that's okay, actually, unfortunately. Okay, I was going to extend the pink, but then I thought I saw something that I could do, but then I don't think I was right. I think probably that's what's going to happen, but I don't think I'm allowed to do it. Oh no, that absolutely can't happen. Sorry, this is just insta broken because it puts blue and purple together in the same region. So that can't happen. Anyway, sorry. These can't be purple. So purple can grab 1 cell here. Oh, right. The loop can sort of the loop can touch itself even not orthogonally, or sorry, even not diagonally. The loop can sort of butt against itself. So yeah, right. So because the loop can touch itself non-diagonally, that's okay. Anyway, going down here, purple can again only get to a second of the 5, so purple needs to take this cell. This cell has to be loop because we need to separate these things. Purple, if you look at it now, again, if I go down here, I can only go that far, and that's still not getting me anywhere close to this 5, so we can go there. And so even here, purple's not doing anything, so purple still needs to keep going. But we can extend our loop a bit over there. And yeah, if purple doesn't take this cell, again, we get to repeat the process. So we get to continue. Now purple is at 5 of those cells. Now purple has all the cells that are below, though. So purple can't take any more cells below this because it's already got 5 cells below. And so it, in particular, can't take that either, so it needs to take that cell. And now purple does have 5 cells over here, so purple can't take any more of those cells either, and so purple's actually done. There's nowhere else purple could grow without breaking its clue. And my green can come up here. Like that. I don't think I have any way presently to distinguish between the loop doing this with this or the other way around. or something like bulging out here or whatever. It is true if blue goes down, that's a big problem. Because if blue goes down, now that forces the loop to close, and now blue goes there, and that's not allowed. So blue doesn't go down. I agree with that and endorse this point. So blue comes over here, which then forces the loop across the top. I can put some borders around those as well. So I know there's a loop cell here. I know this is on the loop. I don't know that I really want to... yeah, I might have to think about this a little carefully. Yeah, there's a cute connectedness argument that this cell's orange. Because you'd think, oh, this could have like those 3 orange cells, but orange can't have these 3 orange cells because by connectedness, these would also be orange. So the 3 cells that orange has in the first row are contiguous. And so therefore that's orange. I agree with that. Okay, Jay is telling me this combination does not work for the loop. So Jay is telling me if I do that... oh yeah, if I do that... that just forces the green to connect, and then this comes out, and then blue comes out, and then green comes out. I can't see that without drawing a lot of it, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, blue is inside the loop, I guess, is interesting. I guess purple's also inside the loop. Yeah, that's not so exciting. Blue can't get anything more south, but not east. So it can't have anything more east, but not south. Right. So there's no cells. This is a little tricky to see, and I think it's true. There's no cells that blue can take that satisfy the down clue that don't also satisfy the right clue. And so if blue takes, and vice versa, just because of this is like not a general compass thing. This is just the way the grid is set up thing. So if blue takes this cell, it's going to break this compass clue, is what people are saying. Because if blue takes this compass clue, it says blue takes 4 more cells over here in whatever this realm is. And it's saying it takes 5 more cells down below, but because it can't take that cell or that cell, that doesn't work. So this can't be blue, is what is being stated. So therefore that is blue. And this still isn't blue for reasons noted previously. This is a corner, so it does that, and now this has to close that way. So we get all of that. Yeah, there's a loop between blue and orange. I agree. Like this cell's definitely loop. I mean, this cell's definitely loop. I don't know what the loop looks like, but it's definitely loop. If blue comes here, we get a corner there. Because of those needing to stay separate for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Kyle says the circle has to connect right. I don't see that even. Yeah, we know. I was trying to not circle every cell that was touching a border because that's a lot of cells. So I was trying. I was aspiring at least not to just circle every cell because we've got the sort of the black across from black thing already. Colored them in a loopy color. Yeah, coloring them in a loopy color is a reasonable option. I don't know if I'm there yet. I might just like my black borders. I'm not sure. See, Selena claims that if this is not blue, then blue gets bullied in a bad way. Because if this isn't blue, then it's loop. And so, yeah, so in that world, we have this. And so now blue grows. And it can grow that far and that far. And now it's not really trapped, but it has one too few cells. So blue can get to one shy of its total with this. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's a near miss until I think about this loop end. This loop end does this loop end would also kill it. Anyway, so either way, that is blue. So we do get this corner filled in. Like that. Okay. This is definitely loop. Okay, so yeah, so it's being claimed that blue can't actually take very many cells, and it is correct actually. Once you realize that blue is not allowed to touch this diagonally, because the loop has to sort of make its way around here, this is actually the maximum that you can make blue. So blue actually is forced. I agree with that. And so now green has to come here. That has to be orange now. So we can do some of that. This is going to come out like that. That will come out there. This can get a color and be yellow. And now this is yellow. So this is going to come over here as well. Yeah, orange is done in row 1. I agree. So that is loop. So we get that. Oh, right. Sorry, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. This, of course, needs to be loop. Uh, I was thinking for some reason it couldn't be loop, but right. This has to be loop because I need to keep those apart. Good point. So this is also a corner. So we get that. The yellow compass is definitely weird. Okay. Yellow needs to take a cell in row 4. What cell is yellow taking? Well, none of the ones over here, none of the ones that are on or touch another compass. And yellow can't take this one because visibly yellow is inside the loop and this cell is outside the loop. So the only one yellow can take is that one, which means that yellow also needs to take the cell above that to make all of that work. And those are the only two cells up here yellow can take. And so the only way we can do this with the 4 cells in question is this. And now I'm not allowed any more cells that are to the east. Yellow now still needs some cells down, so yellow has to connect down and down because yellow's done going to the east. So these are yellow and yellow. And then yellow still needs one more cell, and that one more cell has to go over there, so yellow has to go there. And I think that is yellow finished to make that all work out. Oops, not like that. Never like that. And so orange is done because of the fact that orange, remember, only takes 3 cells above. And so that's now a corner. So we get that action up there. Okay. There needs to be loop through here because I need to separate this out from there. Like that. If this is not loop, we have a serious problem. Because if this is not loop, it forces this loop around here, and now this is cut off from that. So this cell is definitely loop. I don't know exactly what kind of loop, but it's some kind of loop. Let's see. Okay. Kyle is looking at the row 8, column 13 clue. And so Kyle is looking at where this is getting stuff below and saying that there's no way it gets there without going there. It's probably true. Yeah, red needs to do something very weird. Well, I do know that this extends down here. I know that this is loop, and I know that that's a loop. Yeah, I agree with you about this needing to make it through that cell exactly. I can make these purple again. Uh, okay, so that means that there's a loop here separating these. This purple has to go up or it doesn't connect to purple. And I can't have the loop go through here because if the loop goes through here, then purple is on two different sides of the loop. And by the Jordan curve theorem, everything is either on the inside of the loop or the outside of the loop. So the loop can't go up. So therefore, that is purple. So we've got that. And of course, purple is not yet done getting its 3 cells below. So it has to take that and actually has to take that as well. And we actually now are done with its downward cells. So we can at least sort of fill in all of that. Okay. Oh, and we need loop in these 2 corners because we need to separate from this. So so that is loop and this is loop to separate from this 3-6 compass monstrosity. So we'll make that green just for fun. Okay. I don't know if I want to give this a color yet. I'm not sure it has earned it. This needs to be loop so we can fill in what that loop looks like. Yes, I hope everyone in chat has carefully gone through the proof of the Jordan curve theorem so that they can make use of this deduction. Yeah, the red. So maybe the easiest thing to prove is the red can't only go up because the red just can't get 3 cells by only going up. So the red has to go down. And the red has to go down more. And the red is different from the purple. So and the red ain't there yet, so the red has to keep coming over to here at least. Yeah, pink is now actually done. AFK is correct. So, red can't take that cell either. Red's actually going to have to snake up around here, actually, if you look at it. So, yeah, because that cell, of course, that cell actually has to be loop because we need to separate this thing, whatever it be. Maybe this can be another green. And so red still has to get more cells up. The only place it gets them is up this column. So we need to do at least that, which of course forces this up. Red can't even go up 2 here, actually. If red goes up 2 here, then we create a problem because we can't actually separate these two because this is a dead end. So that doesn't actually work. So red has to go up 1 more, at least, over here. This loop segment has to get out of this mess because there's 2 loop segments to get out and there's 2 exits. So it has to get out through here, basically. And so these 2 loop segments, they can't do anything other than that. So we've got all of that now forced. This is a dead end, is the point. And so that dead end is the 3rd above red cell. And now red can't take any more cells up here. So now this is a corner. And so this is going to look like this. Can't run into the compass, which I suppose deserves a color. Hey, Codec. It's going to be yellow. We'll do that. Okay, can't close the curve here, so this has to go that way. And now this is a corner, so that goes that way. And so this yellow one finishes here. How have you been, Kodak? I haven't seen you much lately. Penguin F is Kodak. That is true. You don't recognize the glasses? So this loop continues here. This green also finishes. Oh, you think that these are shame compasses? The only domino ones. I mean, technically, it feels like the shame compasses should only be the one size ones. Oh, all the ones that have no clues. Well, sadly, sometimes there is more to life than puzzles. This now has to go that way because it has to go somewhere. So we've got that. Let's see. Row 9, column 17 is outside. So it has to go to column 2. To get its 1. Right. So it's certainly going to have to go a ways. But the point is, I can't do something like that because the second I do something like that, making this blue, I force this loop to connect, and now I can't separate these. So this cell is not blue. Can I make this cell blue? And the answer is no, because if I make that cell blue, I need to separate red and blue, and I cannot. And so therefore, blue needs to escape down in order to possibly fulfill its lifelong dream of eventually getting a cell in row 8, which is going to force some more compass goodness, because now the blue has to escape down there. Now this just can't be loop, so it has to be blue. Okay, this green now only has one way to go, and it's still not done, so it has to go down, which is going to force this further, which in turn forces blue further. This cell is certainly loop, and I think actually this loop is going to have to do that, because this cell certainly isn't red, for example, because if this cell was red, it would break. So this cell is certainly loop. So in particular, this loop can't close, I guess, is the easy thing. If this loop closes, now red and blue run into each other, and that's not going to work. If the loop closes now, red and blue run into each other, so that's not going to work. That's the way to say it. Okay. And then you have this down here, so this is blue. Okay, so we've got all of that, and now red is done, so we can finish red. Okay. Okay, so Kyle's point is I can't do this because if I do that, now I have 3 intersections, 3 ends isolated together, and you can't make 3 ends isolated together work. So so I can't do that. So this has to connect like this. And now we can avoid making a little loop. So we've got all of that. Right. So green needs at least 3 cells that are down but not left. However, green only gets because green only gets 3 cells that are to the left. And so if this cell isn't green, we have to sort of make our way back over. But we just don't have room with 3 cells to make our way back over, because this is only enough to create a dead end, and a dead end is not good enough. So this cell needs to be green. I agree. Which does force this down one further, forces blue down one further. Now this is blue just by virtue of the fact that I can't put a loop there. Row 8, column 10 is a corner. I agree. Oh, I was going to say, so this has to be part of a thing, but it doesn't have to. Yeah, I mean, if this isn't blue, blue's not getting up to where it needs to, so this cell at least has to be blue. If this cell isn't blue, blue's not getting up to where it needs to because blue would be completely cut off, so that cell's at least blue. Same is true of this cell, actually. If this isn't blue, and just so if you're not following this argument, if this cell isn't blue, then we get loop that does that, which now forces blue to come up here, but now blue touches green, so that's not going to work. So that cell has to be blue. I think now is the cell where this argument maybe just doesn't work anymore. I don't think this can possibly be green, by the way. If this is green, then I need to dream up a green cell to go above this row, but there's just no way I have enough cells to get above this row. Well, to this row or above with that. So this cell can't possibly be green. Add it. And so this cell is loop. I don't think I quite know what that looks like. Hey, Heliopolis. Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Where is blue's one cell in row 8? Not in any of those cells, not in any of those cells. And blue certainly can't get over here. Because it's actually kind of funny thinking about why blue can't do that, because you can say, blue. And if you've ever done a compass puzzle before, your brain is like, oh, of course blue has to do that because blue could do something like this. But that doesn't work in this puzzle because I can't isolate a compass like this down here with a loop. So when I look at row 8, I actually can rule out all of these cells. It can't get over there. So it's one of these two is the blue cell. So yeah, so one of these two is blue. I'm just going to mark those just with a little blue slash just to say one of these two is blue. Because I realized a very weird thing to mark. Actually, maybe I'll do this blue-gray just to avoid sort of weirdness with the loop. So right. So that tells me, per Emma, that this compass can't come this way because if this compass tries to get its one down that way, well, maybe it could come this way at least a little bit, but it has to go this way if it's ever going to get its one below. So all of these go together, which is enough to force that to happen. And now this is orange because if it wasn't, it would be loop. And now I can't make that cell orange because if I make that cell orange, I create a dead end. So I have to make that cell orange. And now orange is done. Or not quite done, but nearly done at least. Orange could maybe take that cell. This is a corner, so I can fill that in. This is a corner, so I can fill that in. This is a dead end if it's not part of a thing, so I can go ahead and give this a color. Let's make it red. Oh, right. This has to be loop. For sure, although I don't know what way that loop connects necessarily. I suppose. Let's see. Several people in chat claim blue being in these two cells breaks. Yeah, it breaks because of the weird way that it forces a connection across here and then leaves me unable to complete this. It creates a dead end here is what happens. So I can't actually make these two both blue because this, let me just show you. If I make these two both blue, then now that forces this to connect across here. And now how am I separating these two? I'm not. So so the point is that, in fact, actually, that's not blue, and these two are blue. Okay, and now this comes over here. Okay, this is not blue, so I'm going to make that yellow. And so it needs to be separated from blue. Okay, and so now blue can't get down this way because these two are blocked off by the loop. So now blue's only way down is through these cells, which does connect these. I'll go ahead and give this a color just so I don't forget it's there. This is a corner, so I'll put it down there. Okay, so this is the loop cell, but I still don't know what to do with it. Row 7 doesn't look to me like it would be closing the loop, Selena. If orange grows, it definitely breaks. I agree with that. If orange grows, then I now have to create a vertical segment through here, but now that vertical segment rams straight into this. So I agree with that assessment. So we've got that. Hey, agent, how are you doing? Uh, wow. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, yeah. So so Selena's point, explained by agent, is that if I make this connection, it's a problem because ultimately I have some vast crevasse here made by blue. And that vast crevasse is going to force this end and this end to connect somehow. But then I would have isolated this piece of the loop from ever connecting to the rest of the world. And so Selena's point is that we have to go down like that. And of course, we can't connect them there either. So we have to go down like that and like that. So I believe that. Okay, so now this cell's now red because I can't fit loop there. Let's see. Already did that, Emma. Seems to me this yellow is going to have to take those. I don't think there's anything else it can do. That we have here. I'm not 100%. I'm trying to convince myself that I know that because I just don't think there's any cells that yellow can take that are up. Yeah, there just aren't any cells left for yellow to take that are up. So yeah, so I think yellow's forced to do this. Does anyone disagree? It's always one of those things where in Compass you're always paranoid that you're making an incorrect deduction, but I think that is good. Vish agrees. That's good enough. So now the blue has to come over here. Oh, this orange is getting interesting now. So this orange has to go down now for sure. Because if this orange doesn't go down, then it comes here and then it ends. So the orange has to go down, which then does force this separation. Oops, that separation, which then does that. And now that does force blue down a bit more, which forces this through here. That forces this orange down one more. And now the orange is actually done because there aren't... Oh, sorry, no, the orange is not done. That 2 points that way. Sorry, the 2 points that way. So this extends, that extends, this extends. Orange still has to extend, which extends the loop some more through here. Orange still has to extend. This comes over here. Blue has to extend some, which is going to make this happen. Orange still has to extend, so this has to extend. We have some bordering that we can do over there. And now, given that orange is inside the loop, what 2 cells is orange taking? Oh, I guess, sorry, orange could take like those 2 cells, for example, I think. But orange can't take that cell, for example. Okay. Got that. Okay, I know there is a line down there. I know there is a line up here. Let's see. Uh, okay. Carl had said this cell's not red because if this cell is red, it creates a mess. I will agree with that. Uh, so I like that. Uh, uh, so if this cell isn't red, red can't get to 2. Because if this cell isn't red, then red stops there. So this cell is definitely red. Uh, let's see. Hmm. This cell just has to be blue, right? I feel like this is probably an irrelevant comment, but if this cell isn't blue, then the loop is coming through here twice, and I don't think the loop can come through here twice. So if I just look up this column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right. If I just look at this column, there's 5 loop crossings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There needs to be an even number of loop crossings. So I definitely can't have a loop crossing in both of these. Uh, both of these. Oh, it could do that though. That is what it could do. Okay, yeah, sorry, it could do that. You're right. Tragic. Uh, but I agree ultimately. Uh, is not quite forced. Uh, oh, this only has one cell it can possibly take. Right? Uh, oh, maybe it's 2. I think it could take one of. It has to take one of those 2 though. Uh, can't take that one. Uh, oh, it can't take that one even. That would also break. Uh, yeah. So this. Let's give this region a color. If green takes that cell, we create a dead end here, so that doesn't work. So green does not take the cell above it. But green needs a cell above it, and it can't have one that's next to a region already. We said it can't have that one. Uh, so green either takes that cell or one all the way over here. But the one over here is bad when you remember that red still needs to get one more cell to the right of this. And if that were green, red would be unable to accomplish that feat. So this is the cell that's green. And then the cell below it is green. And this cell can't do anything but that. So that now does force this yellow to stop. It forces there to be a loop through here, and here, which now forces red down some more. Forces this loop down some more. Forces red down some more. Forces this loop, and red, of course, and this loop, all down some more. Uh, uh, So we get all of that. Oh, this yellow region is done. You can go ahead and draw some border around here just to look busy. Draw a little border there, a little border there. Okay. So red has to come through this spot because red can't go under this. So red has to come through here somehow. I think actually, if I look at this stack of 3 cells, I think it has to be. You can all tell me if you agree with me. I think I need a red cell between 2 line segments. There's just no way to make this work other than that, right? I don't think so. Because I need red to get over there. This is the only cell red can take, but as soon as red takes it, then all of that loop is forced. So that is red, and that is red. So that comes around here. Gets us some more stuff in here. I probably should not create a mini loop. So we get that happening over there. I don't know quite how far down this goes as of yet, but I do have that at least. Yes, green has some borders it is missing. Thank you. We wouldn't want to create an exit. Why did I create some random stray pencil marks that were not intended? Okay, so outside, inside, outside, inside, outside. That's how Carl is getting this. And so you can always sort of start at a border and just count crossings of the loop. So I know I'm outside here. Now I'm inside. Now I'm outside. Now I'm inside. Now I'm outside. And so if this is supposed to be outside the loop, I can't put loop down here or I will create a giant problem. So therefore that is pink. And now once that's pink, I was going to say something that I don't think is quite true. Let's see. I'm going to put some more border on blue. Over here. Yeah, this certainly is not loop. Because if this were loop, it would create a loop that looked like that, and that would cut off pink. So this is not loop, so therefore it's pink. This can't be pink. Because if this is pink, then we have to have done that, or either that or that, and neither of those work. So pink doesn't take that cell, and pink also can't take that cell, because if pink took this cell, I would create a dead end there. And so that means pink is boxed in to being able to take only those cells, like that, which is going to create some corner opportunities. Red is going to get an extra cell that it didn't know it was going to get. So red is happy. Like that. So there we go. Okay. AFK keeps telling me orange is forced, but I don't know. I don't really see the reasoning for why it should be forced. I mean, I know one of these two is orange. Uh, 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 right. Orange can't make it to row 17. Okay, that's the way to see it. So if orange hits row 17, it cuts off blue from getting under it, because blue needs to get under orange. And I think that's a true statement. I don't think I'm making any topological leaps there. Certainly orange can't get to row 17 without like going through a portal over here or something like that. Which means that this cell needs to be orange. And that cell needs to be orange, I believe. So that has to come through there, which means blue has to come through here, which is then going to force that over there. Blue still has to get under this mess because blue hasn't connected yet, which is going to force some loop through there. Right, orange is done over in that direction. This is still orange. If this isn't orange, it's a dead end, so it's definitely orange. So we've got that happening. That is that. Oh, right. This loop extends this way. The blue extends under like that. Okay. I'm going to highlight some cells that can't be green real fast just to look at green. None of that can be green. Looks to me like green still has a little bit of flexibility, although not a lot, because keep in mind the loop is going to take up a lot of those cells, but I don't think it's immediately forced yet. Yeah, blue needs to go left at least one more. Agree. Oh, and so now this needs to be loop. Because if this isn't loop, I create a dead end. So that creates the loop looking like that. So that finishes purple. This has to go up like that. Now blue has to go up here because otherwise it's not getting out. So we now get that going through there. This coming up through here. This is a corner, so the loop does that. This is a corner, so the loop does that. Uh-oh, I broke it. Okay, how far back do I have to go? Right, that can just be blue. Right. This can just be blue. I see. Okay, so blue comes up here, and then as soon as blue comes up there, it now forces this, which now makes that blue as well, and now blue does this. Okay. Was not as bad as it could have been. Okay, so now we just have to deal with green. Over here. Oh, I don't know blue's inside borders, right? I just got over exuberant. I know all of that stuff. Yeah, I don't actually know what happens on this inside piece. Blue's not done. Blue can grab more friends. Right. These two loop ends need to escape through between green and orange. So I can't let green extend into column 14. If green extends into column 14, I cut off all the ways for these loops to do this. So green doesn't make it to column 14. Green just can't make it to column 14. So green can only take its 3 cells in column 15, and the only 3 cells in column 15 it can possibly take are these. That was very well articulated by someone in chat. As Kyle says. Okay, so here are my little corridors for the loop to make it out. That keep pushing each other like that. This needs to be a loop, so that's a corner. That is a corner. And so I think we learn that is blue. And I think we have completed this puzzle. I believe so, at least. I always love weird compass stuff, and this is very much... This shows a very... very solid understanding of the compass genre of being nonsense. It's like whenever you see a compass clue with a 1, you're very suspicious that suddenly the compass clue with a 1 and no other clue probably comes from a like size 80 omino that does some ridiculous thing to get that one. That is sort of the go-to, and we got a good bit of that. Like the 3 over here was sort of a good preview of what was going to happen with this ridiculous 1. Very well executed idea for a puzzle, and I really love that the rule set is so simple to state. There was nothing sort of too complicated. This is the classic agent puzzle. Very cool. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have a Kristen A. J. Dyer deconstruction up next. So if you've not seen a J. Dyer deconstruction, uh, the way it works is that you have to put 9 3x3 squares into the box. They can touch or whatever they want to do, but you have to fit them, and you just leave all the other cells empty of digits. So it's basically like shove your Sudoku grid into here in a sort of abstract way, but you can have stuff like you can have a box that looks like that, and then it can be up against a box that looks like that, and then a box that looks like this over here, etc. You just need 9 total. Now, a useful to know fact is that no matter how you do this, you will always occupy all the cells where both their row and column number is divisible by 3. So that is, these cells will always be part of things. I do not know if this was featured on CTC or not. So we also have a yin-yang rule. So we need to shade some cells so that all the shaded cells are connected, all the unshaded cells are connected, and no 2x2 is fully shaded or fully unshaded. And then the killer cages give the sum of the digits of the shaded cells or the sum of the digits of the unshaded cells contained within that cage. So there are a couple nice facts to know about yin-yang. One is that there's only 2 border changes between shaded and unshaded. And I claim one of them has to be in this cage because I have to have 3 cells in this cage, and exactly one of them has to be shaded or unshaded to be the 1. Likewise, over here in the 2, exactly one of them has to be shaded or unshaded to be the 2. And so what that means is there's no border changes anywhere else. So I could do something like that. And so we could do yellow, purple, or sorry, yellow, yellow, because of the avoid a 2x2, and purple, purple, just to do that. Okay. Also, this is a single cell greater than 4 cage, so I probably should have noticed at some point that that has to be inside the inside a region, for sure. Yeah, so the 24 cage is very interesting because it needs 3 digits to be added, and they can't be 3 yellows because that would create a 2x2. So they need to be these 3 purples that are getting added, and so these need to be 7, 8, 9, and that tells us the location of our first complete Sudoku box. Actually, maybe green is a little oppressive. Let's make it black. So we get that. Which oh, right, sorry. It just tells me right, it does tell me that all of these are in Sudoku boxes, sorry, but it doesn't actually tell me exactly what the Sudoku box looks like. Right, yeah, there are still some options. Like, I could go up there. I was thinking I needed to leave the 24 blank, but that's not how the killer cages work. But I do have a 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth. Okay. 23 is very interesting. Oh, the 1 is very interesting. Yeah, the oh, right. One of these 2 is a 1. I don't know which of them is a 1, but one of these 2 is a 1. And likewise, one of these 2 is a 2. So I have a sort of very weird, I'm going to mark a 1 corner mark and a 2 corner mark. And all of these are actually the same color. And all of these are actually the same color. Oh, right. Sorry. No, that's not true. Sorry. That's because, sorry, that's not true. I'm forgetting that, yeah, there's lots of things that don't have digits. Right. Uh, uh, right. So, yeah, so I can have multiple yellows and multiple purples as long as only one yellow or only one purple has a digit in it, is an acceptable thing to do. Uh, so, so if I look at the 20 cage here, if I try and make all of these purple, then the most I could make them is 6, 5, 4, which is only 15, and 15 is less than 20. So I can't make this a sum of purples. It has to be a sum of yellows, and the only way it's a sum of yellows is if it's those yellows. Very good spot to Sayori there. So these three sum to 20. These two are at most 5 and 6. And so, in fact, those are 5 and 6, and that's a 9, is the only way that this works. So let us bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So I learned because this is a digit, this is definitely a digit. I don't know what digit yet, but it's definitely a digit. Tristan put a link in the chat, right? I think so. Maybe not. Let's see. So this is purple. Because of the to avoid a 2 by 2. Let's see. The link is to the last puzzle. Let's see. I bet I can get it for you. Let's see. Control C, Control V. I think that should be it. So the 25 needs to have 4 digits because you can't get to 25 in 3 digits. And so it has to be a yellow like that, which pushes these two purples out like that. All of these need to have digits in them. 876 is 21. So this needs to be at least a 4. And it has to be a 4 because 4 is the biggest digit it can be. So these have to be 6, 7, 8 up here in order to make that work. Let's see. I'm trying to understand Paul Fly's point. So I guess I should have made these different colors. One of these 3 has to account for this cell. And the only 2 that are possible are these 2. But this one can't account for that cell because it needs to go one right. So this cell definitely is in the same 3 by 3 as that cell. which lets me sort of do all of that. But now this cell has to have come from somewhere, but it can't be from here, because if it was from here, then I couldn't get to that cell anymore. So this cell actually also gets accounted for by this cell, which now forces it to be this shape. Did I do my border? I don't think I did my border. Like that. Okay. So therefore, this is in as well, just by sort of bumping Tetris pieces. And therefore, this is in and this is in as well by sort of bumping Tetris pieces. Oops. That was a random thing I placed, but I deleted it. Right. Now this is in a box, and so it's certainly in this box. I agree. Okay. So yeah, the 10 cage is certainly a sum in purple. So let's write down the remaining digits over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I know these aren't nines. Or fives, actually. This is a 1, 2, 3. I don't think I can reasonably mark uncelled things. I can put a line there, though, if you want. Oh, yeah, interesting. So, yeah, so the point is the 10 cage has the 5 and the 9 in it, and they can't both be in purple. This is Emma's point. So this cell can't be purple. It must be yellow, and this cell has to be a 5 or a 9. In fact, it just has to be a 5 now, right? Because of this point that now I'd have to make a 2-cell sum with a 5 in it if this isn't the 5. So, in fact, these are a 1-9 pair, and so these are a 2-3 pair, and so that's a 1. Like that. Yes, this 24 cage has to be a 4-cell 24 cage because it doesn't have a 9 in it. And so the only way you can do a 3-cell, or the only way you can do 24 in 3 cells is a 7, 8, 9 good spot. So that gives me some further yellowing. The other yin-yang trick is that you can't ever have a checkerboard, so this can't be purple. That is a sort of connectedness trick that it helps to know when dissecting these sorts of puzzles. Yes, this is also purple by the checkerboard rule, and then this is yellow by the 2x2 rule. I guess this can only be a 4 or a 6 if you just look at the candidates for what the cell could be, because it's certainly in the same box as the 7, 8, 9. Right. These are with the 7, 8, 9, so these can't be a 2-cell sum. 4 is not more than 4. I suppose that's true. This is just a 6. But these can't be a two-cell sum to 14 because there's a 789 in the box. So this is a digit. Now, these two could be a two-cell sum to 14, I believe. Actually, no, that's not even true. They can't be because they can't be 6, 8, or 5, 9 because this cell can't be 6, 8, or 5, 9, in fact. So actually, we need all three of these to be yellow once we examine what this cell can be. Because these I actually can write down. These are from 1, 2, 3, not 1, sorry, 2, 3, 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, 8, or 9. And so this cell has to be an 8 or a 9 is the point. Wait, no, sorry. So this cell has to be a 7, 8, or 9. And so the point of this being a 7, 8, or 9 is that it tells me the box has to go up because I would repeat this in the box if I didn't do it that way. So this is now 2, 3, 4 with that 7, 8, 9. So certainly that is also a digit. Okay, so these digits are something. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. And there's a 7 and an 8 in here. Right, and then this is definitely a digit, which I knew if I was paying attention. So that sort of creeps down and makes both of those digits. Why can't this be 3, 4, 7? Oh, it's because it's 7, 8, and two digits that add to 9, and so I see. Okay, sorry. It's 7, 8, and two digits that add to 9. Well, it can't be 2 and 7, is Sayori's actual point. So one of these two is a 2. And then it's either 7, 8 with 3 and 6, or 4 and 5. So we get a 5, 6 pair to go with our 3, 4. Or sorry, to go with our column. Okay, there's definitely a 2 up here for whatever that matters. Let's see. This gets yellowified by checkerboard avoidance. It is true. Now that there's a 2 in here, this can't be a 7. I will agree with that. This is certainly... Oh, sorry. I don't know that this is a 1, 3, or a 4 because I don't know that there's a digit in it. I do know that there's a digit in this cell because if there's no digit in this cell, then there's no digit in that cell. And I can't have two cells with no digits. So this is a digit and it's a 1, 3, or a 4. What? If there's no digit here, there's no digit here, right? Oh, sorry. You're not arguing that it's a digit. You're arguing that it's not 1, 3, or a 4, right? Right, because this could be a 4 and then this could be anything. Right, got it. Okay. I agree with that assessment. Uh, uh, What are people talking about with the 1 in column 1? I don't understand what people's point is. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So this 16 can't be a 2-cell sum in these 2 cells, is the point. Because if the 16 is a 2-cell sum, it would be 7, 9. And that would make a 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the column. So this has to be in. And these are all the same color, whether that be yellow or purple, but I'm about to know because wait. The one has to be in a region with both colors. So I can't make this purple, is the point. If I make this cell purple, then all of these are purple, and now whatever boxes I put into column 1, I actually end up with a sum that is a sum of 3 digits, no matter what, because, again, these aren't digits. So this has to be yellow, at the very least, which makes this purple. And now these can't be purple, so they are yellow, and now these are purple. And now I know where the 1 is, because I need to split it up, and this is the only place that it can be. So this is my next Sudoku box that I have learned about. Uh-oh, I've broken the puzzle. Well, what did I do? I thought I understood something. Oh, it's not that the 16 is one color. It's that every cell in the 16 contains a digit. Because I could do 7, 9 like that way, and it would be okay. There we go. Okay, right. So the... right. Okay. Right. What I proved was it's not adding these 2 cells, but I didn't prove it's not adding 2 cells. Okay, so this is a 1, 3 because of that. That was the thing I saw that broke. Oh, wait, sorry. I don't know that there's a digit there. Sorry, I don't know what the I don't know that there's a digit there. Wait, I do know that there's a digit there. I do know, because if there's not a digit here, then this whole world sort of falls apart. It's because I know this box, whatever box it's in, it contains these 3 cells. If this box doesn't extend left, then I can't hit those 2 cells at all. It's a little tricky to do without my like colors of boxes that I'm used to. So this is a 1, 3 pair. So that is not a 3. I mean, I did just show you that these can't all be one color, because they can't all be purple and they can't all be yellow. And so they have to be 2 purples and a yellow, or 2 yellows and a purple. But yeah, we need yellow to extend a lot further down, because yellow can't be in the box. Or sorry, the 1 needs to be the last digit in yellow in the column, or the last cell in yellow, or whatever. So can't put it in a box with the 1, 3. And so we need to go at least to here with the yellow. And in particular, we definitely can't have this box creep into this column, because that would be very problematic. Oh, it could be the last cell in purple, right? It could be the last cell in purple. Oh, if it's the last cell in purple, then I don't know about the box. Because right. Yeah, it could be the last cell in purple, in which case then I can put digits here all I want, right? Uh, okay, well, this is definitely counted. Uh, so uh, so it's these two cells that are that are adding to 16. Because as noted, it does not work if I make these three the same color. And if I make these two the same color and the other color, I create a Battenberg. And if I make these two the same color, then I create a another problem. So these two are the same color, and therefore they're a 7-9 pair, uh, adding to 16, making that the 8, and making these a 2-4. Yep, making these a 2-4. Which gets rid of the 4 over here. Not if the counteds are purple? What? Oh, I see. They could be purple and diagonal. That's okay, right. There's still a 7-9, though. That part's still right. So this is still an 8. We can get rid of those. Get rid of the 4. Okay, so 15 plus 9 is 24. So this is a 6 now. So that gives me the 5 and the 6. And I know this is a 7 or a 9. That one I know for sure is a 7 or a 9. Okay. Yeah, so these are a 2-4 pair. And these are a 1-3-5, but this one is a naked 5. Very nice. Because of the 1-3 pair in the column. Okay, well, I know that these are all digits and there are no more digits in the column, right? Because the 16 cage... Well, sorry. I know that these are digits because I know this 16 cage needs to have digits in it. And so if this is not a digit, the 16 cage has at most one digit in it. So this is definitely a digit. But in fact, I can't make this 16 cage a 16 cage in 2. If I make the 16 cage a 16 cage in 2, where do 7 and 9 go in this box? They both go here. So this is actually a 16 cage in 3 even. And so once I do that, that tells me that all of these are digits and there are no more digits in these columns. So I can draw those bars on my boxes. Let's say those just do not count. Right. And now this column absolutely has to go over, or sorry, this box absolutely has to go into this column because I can't make the 1 cage work otherwise. So we in fact get our 1 cage looking like that. And we, oh, I guess we don't know whether this one goes over or not. As of yet. I know all 3 of these are the same color, but I don't think I know what color it is yet. I do agree there's a 1 over here. Hey, Nell. Am I right or wrong that that means that that digit's a 1? Right, because in these two columns, oh no, it's the other way around. It means that one's a 1, right? In these two columns, I need 2 1s. I get 0 of them here. I get 1 of them here, so I need to get 1 of them here. So that's the 1 and that's the 3 in order to get my 2 1s in the column. It's the way to think about it is these are a set of the digits 1 through 9. I was thinking about it backwards. I was trying to do it from memory rather than without thinking about it, but that's what's actually true, is these are a set of the digits 1 through 9. I think so, Carl? Because these are 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9, whatever this box is. And I can remove 2 sets of the digits 1 through 9 through these columns. And so what's left is 1 set of the digits 1 through 9. And so, I think I might have slightly overstated, but still, in a weird way, this 1 sees this 1. The way I did it with the columns was much cleaner. The way I did it with the columns didn't involve any, like, weird stuff. I just need an extra 1 in one of these columns, and that's the only place it's going to go. That is cleaner, and then you don't have to think about it. Okay. Neither of these is the 1. So there's a 1 in one of these cells, which means this isn't the 1. And the purple-yellow border is between the 1 and the next thing. Oh, not necessarily. It could be between the 1 and the next thing or the 1 and the previous thing. So that could still be purple. Oh, yeah, of course 1 can't be in the middle. Because if 1 is in the middle, then we'd sum 2 digits instead of 1, right? So actually the 1 is there. And these two are both purple. And so this is yellow or purple. And it will all work out. These 3 are all the same color, I recall. Oh, right. Of course it's yellow. Right. Wow. The rule set of this puzzle just does not click with me. Yeah. If this is purple, then I'd need these two to both be 0, and that's not going to work. So it is in fact yellow. These 3 are all the same color. If that color is purple, it doesn't work. Because if these 3 are all purple, now this cell has to be yellow to avoid a 2x2, but it can't be yellow to avoid a checkerboard. So these are in fact yellow, making that purple. Purple, making that yellow. Making that yellow to avoid a a checkerboard, making that purple. Avoid a 2x2, avoid a checkerboard, avoid a 2x2. To make all of that work. Right, and so that means this box didn't go left. This box went right. Correct. So now we know where this box goes. Thank you, Paul Fly. So this box went over to here. The other digit in this cage is a 6. So these are from 6, 7, 9. That gives me a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the column. So if I fill in the rest of the column, there's no 6, 7, 8, 9. There's no 1 because there's already a 1 there. So these are only from 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that can't be the 1 anymore because it would add with that. So this is the 1 and it's purple. And that's purple to avoid a checkerboard. Yeah, I was going to do that math in a second. So the most these can sum to is 9. So therefore, this needs to be at least a 7. So this is a 7, 8, or a 9, which gives me a 7, 8, 9 triple in the column. And so these are, therefore, from not 1, 3. So yeah, we'll just do it again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they're not 7, 8, 9. They're not 1 or 3. And they're not 5. So these are from 2, 4, 6 only. In fact, the other 7, 8, 9s are over here. If you just look at where the remaining 7, 8, 9s go, we've got 1 there. These two have to be the other two 7, 8, 9s. So we've got that. This is not a 1-cell 6 sum anymore, because if it were a 1-cell 6 sum... Oh, actually, maybe it could be, because this doesn't have to contain a digit. I don't think I can do anything with row 6, column 2. Oh, you just want me to make it purple. I see. I can make it purple for you. Oh, actually, yeah. There just aren't any 6s in here at all because of that 6 as well, Martin points out. This 45 cage currently, I suppose, only has 1 digit in it. Let's see. We can fill this triple. Oh, right. Mark is not going to do very well. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's just 2, 4, 5. Okay, that's a good point. Yes, if this cage does not go down by 1, then we're going to need, because we need to get to 23, and we're very far from 23 now. We're at most 10, so we need 2 more cells, and so both of these are in. Oh, right. At most 6. Right. Okay. So, right. Because only one of these can count. So then I need 17. So it's still the same number. It's still 2 cells. But it's more exciting if it turns out that. Does that mean either way these cells are both yellow? Right. These cells are both yellow. Oh, no. It could be I'm counting the yellow and I do 6, 8, 9. Like that, I think that would be okay. Uh, um, row 8, column 5 needs a digit for the 6 cage to work. Right, because I can't with this 2, 4, 5. I can't make 2, 4 or 1, 2, 3 or 1, 5 in the cage. Could do 1, 5 actually, as long as but the doing that 1, 5 would require I put the 1 in this box, and that would cut off this box. So yeah, I think by torturous examination, I think we can convince ourselves that yes, we do need a digit here, or we cannot make the 6 cage. So I think I believe that. Okay, and so if that's in, then that now implies that's in, because the you always have those. Uh, uh, and so to quite have anything yet. Uh, uh, see, I really made a mistake by not giving these their own special color at the beginning. Uh, I should have given my sort of distinguished cells a different color to make this sort of thing easier to see. Uh, but the point is, this cell definitely doesn't contain a digit. Because if this cell contained a digit, it would force this box, but then these would be stranded. So this is digitless for what it is worth. And so we must have either these 3 cells sum to 6, or these 2 cells sum to 6. Those are the only options. Uh, uh, so Sayori has a very nice spot, which is that this box just can't go left because then there's no spot for 1 in the column. That is always appreciated. Uh, although I don't think I know that all of these are in a box, do I? I do not. Uh, but whatever box has the 1 in it, it certainly doesn't go left. And I know that this is in the box with the 1, so this doesn't go left. And then there's not room to shove a box here. So this certainly doesn't go left, regardless of whether it's with the 1 or not. So now that means the only places for digits are a 6 and these two. So these do have to be 6, 8, 9. And so these two are the same color, and so that has to be yellow. And so these are the 8, 9, and that is the 6 in order to make that work. For the 23 cage. Um, Okay, so that was exciting, momentarily at least. Uh, okay, I kind of want to torture this box a bit more. So right, so it doesn't work if I try and fit two boxes in this column. So so Selena is telling me this doesn't work and this doesn't work, is what Selena would like me to note. And the reason it doesn't work is to do with what happens to these stranded cells up here. Because although it looks like this cell can go with this one, it actually can't anymore, because if these try to go together, uh, then uh, then now this cell, which needs to have a digit, gets stranded. Uh, oh wait, sorry. Yeah, no, that was right. Uh, it gets squeezed out of existence. Uh, so this actually connects to that, uh, which then means that now this just this can't be two boxes, uh, and so we actually can fill in this box. Uh, okay, this 3 cage seems interesting. Uh, right, we can draw a border under these. That's fair. Uh, it is true. The column 11 yellow grows. Let's see. I don't think I could do anything with that. Let's see. We're currently at 1, 2, 3 digits in the 45 cage. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. Uh, is this crazy if I do this? Because if I do this, that's already 5. Wait, I just can't do that, right? Uh, ah, can I do this? Uh, it's 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's okay, I guess. Uh, there's an extra 6. Okay, I looked at the 6 in box 8, but I didn't see that 6. So 6 goes here, in box 8. Uh, oh, the digit in box 4, right. Right. These can only be 2, 4, and that has to be purple. Uh, because there just aren't any digits in the other cells, and this certainly isn't a single 6. So, right. So that's 2, 4. That's purple. Uh, oh, right. And this is 2, 4, which gives me a couple 2, 4 pairs, like in the row and in the column. Uh, Right. Okay. So yeah. I mean, this purple just extends just by geometry. But then if this was purple all the way up here, then I wouldn't have any place that I could put uh, the two. So that at least has to be yellow, and then we could maybe do it there. But that then has to be purple. Uh, a good spot. That's a 5. I agree with that. Just by Sudoku. Uh, this is 5 cells either way. That's the point. Whether this goes this way or goes this way, uh, that is 5 total cells plus the 3 plus the 1. So none of the other cells are in, is the point. So that cell in particular isn't in. So that means that this box actually does go all the way over to here. Uh, uh, and likewise, this. Oh, sorry. No, that could be in, but regardless, this box goes all the way over, whether it's in or not. That goes all the way over. Oh, nice spot to wow. There's a 3 and a 7 up here in these cells that look up and make that an 8. These aren't. Ah! That's not what I wanted. There we go. 7, 8. There we go. Oh, not for any good reason. Uh, right. Okay. So now this cell is undigitable, is Emma's point. And so therefore, these two cells are also undigitable. So therefore, this just is a 3. Agree. These are 2, 4, 7. So that's a 7 because there's a 2, 4 pair in the row. And these are 2, 4, and something else. 2, 4, and 1, actually. Okay, Kyle says that this will break because it forces all of these to be the same color. That color would have to be purple. Oh, right, that just breaks instantly. Right. So if this box goes this way, all of these have to be the same color because I only get 9 digits, and if they're going to sum to 45, they have to all work. However, if this is yellow, it creates a 2 by 2, and if it's purple, it isolates this yellow cell. So this box doesn't do that. This box does this instead, which then forces this box to do that. So we have that. What was my other option? Could be lower. Oh, box 5 is fine. I see. Oh, right. We just don't know what this does. Right. Okay. Agree. Right. Box 6 is more ambiguous. Uh, I know one of these is a 1 for what it's worth. Ah, yes, that's a really smart spot. So this digit has to go into this box. It doesn't go in any of these cells, so it goes here. So therefore, it's a 4. So that's a 2 and a 5. That's a 4 and a 2. That's a 1. That's a 2. 3, 1, 4, 2. 2, 4. Very nice spot. Uh-oh, I was wrong. Oh, it could have been 2 as well. Why did I think it couldn't be 2? I don't know. Can't be a 5, can't be a 1. Uh, these two can be ketchuped. So that's still a 5. That's still a 1. Uh, that's still a 3 and a 1. This is the other 2, 4 in the cage for what it's worth. So the other 2, 4 in the cage goes in one of these two cells. I don't quite think I can do anything with that yet, but I'm sure it'll be useful eventually. Right. Okay, there we go. I can extend my ketchuping there. So we can extend it there. And so, oh no, that doesn't, unfortunately that doesn't work. I wanted this to be the other 2, 4, so I know that this cell couldn't be the other 2, 4, but I cannot, I don't think. Okay, yeah, we can sort of chase ketchup up this column. So this cell is not a 2 or a 4 because it sees both kinds of 2, 4 for what it's worth. Or alternatively, it has a 2, 4 pair in the column. We can mark the other 2, 4s if we want. I was trying to minimize the amount of mess that was in the grid. Oh, this one is also X. Okay, are we doing the whole law of leftovers on these 3 boxes thing? Is that what Carl is doing? Because all of these need to be a set of the digits 1 through 9. And so in particular, that is not the ext 4. So that is the ext 4. That's the thing. I really did not fully grasp when I decided to do this puzzle what a nightmare marking this puzzle was going to be. I thought like, oh, that sounds cute, and I can probably just pencil mark where the boxes are, and it'll be fine. But this has been this has genuinely been a disaster. I really depend a lot on drawing on things to visualize, and since you can't do that in this puzzle, it has been not ideal. We agree on this 2-4, right? This is where this 2-4 has to go because it's already in the cage, right? And the thing I did with the highlighting, I think that's right. Okay. The 45 cage already has a 7. That is a good spot. So therefore, that's a 7. And now, 5 in this box now goes there. So that is not 7. And now that being a 7 means that's a 3, right? Because same highlighting again tells me that these are a set of the digits 1 through 9. So that's a 3, and that's a 7. One of these is 8 or 9. 3 in box 5 is placed here. So this is an 8. In fact, these are an 8-9 pair, actually. Heaven forbid I can color them. I know that 8-9 and that 8-9 are different, but I don't think that's going to do anything for me yet. The 8-9 pair does look left, so that's not the 9. Okay, we've got our 6, 8, 9. Do I know what color all of these are? I probably do, don't I? Maybe I don't, actually. I'm not sure I see it immediately breaking either way, although I can't imagine that I possibly can't know what color these are. Yeah, I deliberately removed the 9 pencil mark because there's an 8-9 pair. At least chat seems to agree with me that the 45 color is not obvious. Let's see. I would enjoy this being a 3, but I don't think I know that it is. Let's see. Joao thinks the 10 cage can't be yellow. That would be very interesting. So it could be, this could just be a 3. And then I could make these purple and go on with life. That is very cool. I like Paul Fly's point a lot. I know there's a box dangling into column 11 and nabbing a 2. So I need 2 2s in the remaining boxes that hit this column. In particular, I need a 2 in these 3 cells. So that's got to be the 2 and the 3. That is very cool. big fan. I was trying to see if it breaks if I make these both purple. It would have to be... Okay, so if I try and make this 10 sum purple, these would both be purple. It couldn't be 4 6 or 3 7 or 1 9. It would have to be 2 8. It would have to be 2 8, and exactly that being 2 and that being 8. Yep, if they're purple, they're 2 and 8, but it looks okay to me. I do know it's not 712. So I guess I know this cell's purple regardless, right? This cell can't be yellow, because if this cell is yellow, then I just can't make it work, because I can't make the yellow add to 10 and I can't make the purple add to 10. So this cell is always purple, regardless of what's going on. So there's a little bit of progress. Not 712 because of these two ones, Paul Fly. Oh, one might be empty. Right. I could make the whole cage yellow and make it empty. Ugh. Row 4 empty does make it work. Yep. You're right. Let's see. Yeah, I know these are empty, but that's okay, because I know both of them are sort of sliding around in this column. I don't think it would break the 10 cage. We already have the 2 in column 10, Eckbert. Did you mean 2 in column 9 or something? Yeah, I don't see why this can't be a 3. That's an interesting idea. We could just make these some other color. I don't dislike that. So it's being pointed out this can't be a 2. I agree, because there's a 2-4 pair in the row. And so I think that means in some twisted world that this has to be yellow, because if this is purple, then I needed to set this up so that this worked out as yellow purple, and the pair doesn't work. So this needs to be yellow in order to make the 2 cage work. And likewise, this can't be 2. So does that tell me anything? Yes, I think that tells me that this... Right. No, it does not. Because I could do... The box could be this. And the 2 could go there. So I don't think yellow has to extend. I think what I described is okay. see. Okay. If I make these orange, then if I make this green, it has to come out like that. That doesn't really seem to help me. But trying to visualize, like, this would have to be green. I can't quite see it, but if box 6 doesn't go up at all, that does break the 10 cage. That's true, because I can't make these two sum to 10. So it does have to go up at least once. That's a good spot to curl. Uh, 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 this could still be purple, though. Box 6 goes up one more. There is no place for the 2. So couldn't go there, there, there. Why can't this be a 2? We could just write in what these digits are. They're not 1, 8, or 9, 3, or 5. This is not 4. Oh, it's not 7 because of the cage. This one isn't 2. This one could be 2. There is an 8 down here for oh, no, sorry. That's only if it goes up that we get that. I agree that 2 is not going to be the middle digit vertically if it goes up. But what if it goes down? Yeah, we need an 8 in row 6. I agree with that. Also a 1. Just for the row. Agree with that. And the last of 6 and 7. So the remaining 3 digits that go in here are the ones that aren't 2, 4, 6, 7, 1, 8. If that makes anyone feel excited. Which digits aren't 2, 4, 6, 7, 1, 8? 3, 5, and 9. So the remaining row is a 3, 5, 9 triple. So it's either this is a 3, 5, 9 triple or this is a 3, 5, 9 triple. Okay, so Paulfly says if this is a 2, the box goes down. Doesn't that break the 10 cage? I do think it breaks the 10 cage. If this is a 2, it definitely goes down. And now this has no digit, so it's not 7, 3. It can't be 7, 2, 1. It can't be 8, 2. Can't be 4, 6 in purple because there's a 4 in the column. So yeah, so that does break. Woo boy. So this is not a 2. So this is a 2. Okay. So now this has to be yellow again, I think, because it can't be the 2. And so if I make this purple, I would need one of these two to be 2, and neither of them can be. So I can extend the yellow at least 1 down. Oh, and 1 further, actually, because the yellow has to at least make its way into box 9, right? Okay. One of these would have to be a 5. Oh, right. Okay, so the 2 is in purple. That's true. Because now we've got other digits in yellow, right? And so this cell can't be purple. Oh, sorry. It can be purple as long as it doesn't have a digit. Never mind. Row 5, column 9. Yeah. Seven, 2, 1 would make the 45 cage purple at least. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So so if this is purple, you're absolutely right. If this is purple, it can't be a 2. So it can't have a digit in it at all. But now that means that now we're down here, and we've got two purple digits in my 2 cage that sum to 2. So this just can't be purple. This just has to be yellow. Okay, and so now we have sort of zoomed in on one of these as the 2. Well, that's not the 2. Can the 2 in box 6 be yellow? It cannot. Good point. Right. So by there we go. Okay, that's huge, Martin. This 2 can't be yellow because then I need that to be a 1, and that's not going to work. So this is definitely purple. At least I thought it was going to be huge because I thought that was going to tell me what this is, but it actually tells me what that is. Oh no, it could be yellow if it's 2 and 1, right? If it's 2 and 1 and there's no digit there. Right. This can be the purple too as long as that is yellow. And I guess I know that purple 2 is in one of these 2 cells if I want to look exciting. I don't think I know if this 2, 3, 4 is ketchup circle or not. What am I missing? Let's see. I know there's some 7, 8, 9s over here. Got the 16 cage. The 19 cage certainly needs at least 3 digits in it, but that doesn't seem that difficult to do. And it could have 4 digits in it. I guess the digits that count towards the sum have to be purple. Oh, they could be yellow if it's those, maybe? Maybe only just Schwell? I don't know anything more about this 16 cage in Sudoku, do I? Let's see, if this is a 9, I would need these to sum to 7. This is an 8. I would need these 2 to sum to 8. They would certainly be 3, 5 in that instance. If this is a 7, I would need these 2 to sum to 9. That all looks fine. But the 5 doesn't have to be in the sum, right? It just has to have a 5 in the cage. Couldn't it have 4 digits in it? Oh, the 16. This 16. Aha. You're saying this definitely. Sorry. I thought we were talking about. Somehow in my brain we were talking about that. Okay. This definitely has a 5 in it. Right. By Sudoku. This definitely has a 5 in it. Okay. Uh, so it can't have a 4 in it because 5 and 4 is 9. No, it could. 5 and 4 is 9. Plus 7, that is 16. Uh, uh, let's see. Martin is noting if this is 2, then that's 2. And so that's 2. Uh, uh, but this is a 6. Or sorry, this is a 7. Because of region building. Row 10 would look at that cell. Okay, got it. Okay, so that's a mess, but it's true. Okay, so if this comes down here, then now we have our situation where these are a set of the digits 1 through 9, and so that digit is a 7, but that means these are a 4, 5. So if this comes down, that is a 7, 4, 5. But that's the only instance in which this cell can be a 2, right? If this cell is a 2, no, it could be a 2 and it could go further down, annoyingly. It could be a 2 and that could happen, right? I think it could be a 2 and it could go all the way down. And then I don't think we know anything, right? Box 9 can't go 2 up, says Paul Fly. The 2 can be in the middle if the box is at the bottom. Joao, because the cage ends. If this goes 2 up, then we end up with this. I don't quite see what that does. It has to be in a corner. If that's true, I definitely don't see it. Sorry your work week was so interesting, Nicholas, but I hope you have a good night. Okay, I'm trying to understand Paul Fly's point. Box 9 going up twice makes the 16 cage 745. Bringing all spots for 2 in box 7. Why wouldn't this be the 2 in box 7? Oh, because if it goes up twice, that has to be the 2. Right. Okay. So, right. So, yeah. So, if it goes up twice, I agree. If it goes up twice, that's now my 2, but the 8, 9 sees that and makes this 7, 4, 5. Okay. So, it doesn't go up twice. So, that means at the very least, all of these are digits. Okay. Right. So this can't be the 2 because then I'd have 2 purples. So this is the 2. Agree. And this is yellow. And that's yellow. And that's purple. Uh, uh, 2 in row 9 has 2 options. A 19 cage. Oh, right. Okay. So, yeah, I need 3 cells of the same color. It can't, because I can't get to 4. It can't be 3 yellows because I can't make both of those yellow. So I have to make both of those purple. Agree about that. I can extend this black border down. All right, now the 10 cage can't be purple. So now the 10 cage is yellow. Right, these can't both be purple. So it has to be 721. So that's the 2. Oops. Sorry, so that's the 1 in the 721. And that's got to be nothing. That's got to be purple. And so this box comes down like that. Because of the 10 cage, I believe. Oh, the 2 isn't. God damn it. That at least was true. Okay. Oh, right. The 2 has to be, because it has to be 721. And that one can't be the 1. So that's the 1. And this is still nothing. Uh, and now box 9 is, as AFK says, now this comes up because we need 3 digits in purple. The 45 cage now is purple because of that. Got it. Okay, good. So that, and that are all purple. Presumably should help a little bit. Those are yellow. Those are yellow. That's yellow. Let's see. 5 in box 8 is yellow. I got that one. Oh, this is yellow because it needs to be 7, 2, 1. I don't think that's true, Kyle, because one of them is a 1. And also 5 is in the row. Oh, sorry. This is the bottom row. Sorry, this is the bottom row. There we go. Okay. Got it. That's not the bottom row. There we go. So that is a 5. Or sorry, that's not a 5. It looks left. So that's not a 9. That's not a 3 or a 5. 2 is too small now, right? 2, 5. 2, 5 is 7 plus 8. Yeah, this can't be a 2. This has got to be a 4. So that's a 5. Which makes that a 7. Makes that a 9. Makes that an 8. Okay, there we go. Makes this not a 4. Not a 4. Oh, so now X is 2 because it's in a box with a 4. And so circle is 4. And we can get rid of all of the ketchup. That is a 3. This isn't a 7 anymore because there's a 7 in the box. That 6, 7 looks up and makes that a 9 and a 7. Let's see. 1 in row 8. Can't go, right. So 1 can't go in a column with a 1. 1 can't go in a 3-cell 19 cage. So that's a 1 is Sayori's point. Let's see. So these are only a couple things, right? 3, 8, 9. Sure. 1 in column 10. Very good. That now has to go there. So that's a 1. That's a 9. That's an 8. That's a 9. That's a 6. Okay. Oh, that has become an 8. Thank you, Sven. Wait, isn't this broken? Oh, no, it's not. I just need to keep in mind my geometry thing. Oh, no, never mind. Somehow I thought that was going to end up there. Never mind. 5 in box 9 is forced. Yep, sure is. So that's not a 5. Also 6. Excuse me. Good. We go. Yes. So now that's a pair. So that's a 5. 3, 9 would make that a 6. That looks okay. It's not 2, 8, 9. That's fair. I can write in what these are. Let's see. Kyle says this can't be 8 anymore because 8 plus 3 would require a second 8, and 8 plus 9 would require a 2. So these are a 3, 9 pair, and that is a 7. Giving us a 6 and a 7. Giving us an 8 and a 7. That 3-9 pair makes that a 4. That 8-9 pair in the row makes that a 7. Makes that a 6 and a 4. That's an 8 by corner mark. Let's see. Okay, so color the 16 cage. Let's see. Can I possibly make the 8 or 9 part of the sum? I don't know. The 5 and 6 can't both be part of the sum, so therefore that has to be purple. I can at least do that. Okay, so 5 would need 11, so it could be 5, 8, 3. 6 would need 10. There's no way to make this work with the 6. So it has to be yellow, and I actually need 2 more yellows. And so it has to be 5, 3, 8. That's 9, 3, 9, 8, 9. That's yellow to avoid a checkerboard. That's purple to avoid a 2x2. This purple needs to get out. So those are purple because the purple needs to connect to the purple. This can't be yellow or the purple won't connect. This yellow needs to get out. So those at least are yellow. This is purple by the 16 cage there, so that's yellow. That's purple to avoid a checkerboard. This yellow needs to connect. This yellow needs to connect, and that yellow needs to connect. Good God. What an experience that was. It's been a while since I've had such a viscerally unpleasant experience with a puzzle, which I don't blame on the puzzle, but I blame on the way that my brain repeatedly refused to connect the rules of this. Like, it doesn't feel to me looking at it like there are that many rules, but my brain really could not keep track somehow of the, like, oh, that could be empty, or it could be purple, or it could be whatever. Given that this is rated 3 stars on LMD, I'm going to guess that we did not do the last 2 boxes in the way that was intended. I could be wrong. Maybe it's rated as 3 stars because people rated the difficulty after CTC, after watching Simon solve it. But anyway, extra long stream today, so I hope you enjoyed the bonus stream time. There's a 2x2. Oh no. I hope there's not really a 2x2. Alrighty. Color the cells in the 45 cage. Interesting. Alrighty, well, thank you to everyone for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. Do please give the stream a thumbs up on your way out if you have not. People do actually still watch the VODs, so it helps YouTube suggest them, and then a lot of people sort of find the stream in that way. So if you could still thumbs up the thing, greatly appreciated to do that. Simon bifurcated the coloring to figure it out. I mean, honestly, it would probably have been nicer to just be like, okay, can these 8 cells really be purple? All right, but yes, thank you to everyone who donates to keep the stream going. Greatly appreciated. If you would like to donate, you can click the join button down below and support us for as little as $5 a month, or you can join on the Patreon or give us something via Ko-fi. Both of those work as well. So thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. I hope to see you all real soon. Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, Danita, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, DDX, longtime Windmill Naverio celebrating earlier. That was cool to see. So thank you all. I'll see you all real soon. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.